Are we there? How is that happening? Something very, very. What is happening is you move. Maybe you move this or move this. You know to put your headset in, and then it's pulling it out. Okay. We are okay. It's.
COP28 from all of us here in the Nature for Climate team. May I say, first of all, that congratulations on navigating the extraordinary diversions that have been put in place for today. It is testament to your commitment to the process, so bravo, thank you very much. Now, our first session today is brought to you by one of the Coalition's partners, the Nature Conservancy, one of 22 partners within the Nature for Climate team, who compose this and have brought this pavilion to you. The TNC team will present the fruits of the work they've been undertaking with indigenous organizations across the Amazon basin, which aims to help them access climate finance to better participate and accelerate the effectiveness of the NCS projects they've been engaging in. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Claire and Halsey. Claire, please introduce your team.
Thank you, and our very deepest welcomes to this important side event. I'm Claire Sacklier, and I'm 2 weeks into my new role as the Global Managing Director for Tackle Climate Change at TNC. And this event is of critical importance. We cannot meet ambitious climate targets without working alongside and in support of Indigenous peoples and local communities and their goals. And working with them will ensure that we drive progress on poverty, climate, and on biodiversity goals coherently. So despite the leadership of the IPLCs in stewarding the planet's resources, Indigenous communities and organisations receive less than 1% of the climate finance meant to reduce deforestation. However, we know that Indigenous-led funding mechanisms are both effective and equitable platforms for ensuring climate finance is invested in the most impactful interventions on the ground to provide sustainable livelihood opportunities, whilst also mitigating climate change, adapting to climate impacts, and protecting biodiversity. It is critical that we ensure those financing mechanisms that exist in the global architecture are equitable to allow the Indigenous peoples and local communities to access climate finance and invest behind their priorities. Natural climate solutions, where nature stores carbon, have the potential to mitigate 11 gigatons of emissions annually, and that's 1/3 of what's needed to stabilise the climate by 2030. Natural climate solutions include the protection and management and restoration of forests, grasslands, agriculture and wetlands. TNC has had the privilege to be working with the collaborative group that we'll hear from today, and this partnership represents how TNC aims to work. When we're invited to collaborate, we aim to work in partnership with Indigenous peoples and local communities to support their vision, learn from their stewardship experience, and amplify their leadership in governing lands, waters, and ways of life. This panel has been brought together to share insights from a collaboration across 4 countries with Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and Brazil. It started in 2022 to understand how to better enable Indigenous peoples and local communities access climate finance and support them design effective interventions, including the creation and strengthening of regenerative community-led businesses in connection with natural climate solutions. The partnership brings Indigenous leaders from the Amazon from these 4 countries together with government leadership in a dialogue on shared challenges and opportunities to build capacity on natural climate solutions, design an Indigenous-led platform for direct access to climate finance, and so they can steward their lands into the future. Today, we'll hear from emerging themes, challenges, and opportunities from these countries. So I'll now pass over to Halsey Souza, who is the Brazil IPLC strategy lead for the Nature Conservancy, to introduce our distinguished panel. Gracias, Halsey.
Buenos dias. Vamos cambiar a tradução agora para português. Não está funcionando o espanhol? Ah, sim. Inglês e português. Ok. A tradução de espanhol está chegando? Vamos atender tradução em espanhol? Não. Liz, we will have in Spanish translations? It's okay. Está cheio. Está cheio. Ok. Vai chegar na tradução em espanhol, ok? Vamos começar então com as falantes em português, que é um pouco mais fácil para entender. Gracias a todos. Obrigado por estarem aqui. Vamos convidar as pessoas que vão a ser parte da mesa. Vou convidar, ok? E Sebastián Camilo Carranza Toya, de diretor de Mudança Climática e Manejo de Risco do Governo de Colômbia, por favor. Teremos Elcio Manchinelli, o coordenador das organizações indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira. Convido Jorge Pérez, o coordenador de OPIAC, Articulação das Organizações Indígenas de Peru. Não sei se há alguém do governo do Equador acá. Temos outras pessoas, não? Que estão por chegar. Gostaria de convidar também Darío Mejia, presidente do Fórum dos Povos Indígenas da ONU. Graças, Darío. E há alguém do governo de Peru? Temos um invitado, não está acá, me parece. Sim. Pessoal, a ideia do painel é ser uma conversação, não? Fazer uma conversa. Então, temos algumas perguntas para fazer aos convidados, muito acerca do tema da questão das políticas públicas, o acesso dos povos indígenas a financiamentos de clima, e toda essa interface que há entre fortalecer a capacidade dos povos indígenas, suas organizações, para fazer incidência e fazer acesso ao financiamento climático, e como que os governos dos países estão desenvolvendo também suas estratégias para fortalecer uma maior capacidade dos povos indígenas participar das políticas de clima e das políticas de desenvolvimento, pero com respeito aos direitos indígenas, não? Então, temos algumas experiências aqui que têm acompanhado muito de perto e nos parece que são bons exemplos de como os povos indígenas estão se fortalecendo, não? Para ajudar nas questões de proteção de câmbio climático. Então, gostaria de começar fazendo uma primeira pergunta para os colegas da AIDCEP e COIAB, relacionada ao financiamento climático. Pela perspectiva das organizações indígenas de Peru, de Brasil, de COIAB e da Amazônia brasileira, o que lhes parece do financiamento de clima neste momento para os povos indígenas? Se está sendo adequado, se há uma justiça nos financiamentos? E onde estão, em sua opinião, as maiores barreiras para os povos indígenas da Amazônia acessar os financiamentos climáticos? E se há alguma coisa nova acontecendo em seus países com relação a fortalecer o acesso dos povos indígenas ao financiamento climático? E talvez Darío também pode contribuir nessa pergunta, trazendo um pouco a perspectiva que não é só de um país, mas uma perspectiva de como se percebe o acesso dos povos indígenas numa perspectiva mais global, mais regional. Talvez gostaria de começar com Elcio Manchinelli, de COIAB, sobre sua visão de como os povos indígenas da Amazônia brasileira sobre o acesso a financiamento de clima e os seus desafios. Toia, por favor. Sim, os palestrantes vamos ter de 3 a 5 minutos, não? Para cada questão.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Em primeiro lugar, agradecer o convite, né, da TNC para esse painel, que para a gente é muito importante. A questão do acesso, né, dos povos indígenas aos recursos de fundos climáticos, né? Para a gente, na Amazônia brasileira, nós temos bastante dificuldade de acessar, né, esses recursos, né, porque a gente vê que a maioria dos programas, né, climáticos que foram construídos, eles foram construídos para o acesso dos países, né, das partes, né? Então, não foi em programas, né, não foi os fundos construídos com o olhar dos povos indígenas, nem olhando a realidade, né, de cada povo indígena existente no país, né? Então, isso para a gente tem causado bastante dificuldade, né, para que, né, os recursos possam chegar, né, aos territórios indígenas.
Jorge, isso sí, en Perú, ¿cómo pasa?
Hola. Bien, muchas gracias a TNC por organizar este importante foro. Saludar también a los líderes de Brasil, el hermano Elcio, también a los de Colombia, están por aquí los de OPIAP, también al hermano que está aquí en otros. Bien, durante los últimos 15 años, los pueblos indígenas hemos pedido en todos los foros nacionales, internacionales, que los fondos climáticos puedan llegar de manera concreta al territorio de los pueblos para mejorar la gobernanza dirigencial, de liderazgo, para mejorar la gobernanza del territorio. Pero sigue quedando en las muy buenas intenciones de parte del Estado, en este caso del Perú, ¿no? Hay muy buenas intenciones, hay avance en algunas plataformas sobre cambio climático, pero vemos de que es bastante lento respecto a concretar iniciativas, ¿no?, concretas que pudieran convertirse, como por ejemplo, en avanzar con el territorio, con la titulación de las tierras indígenas, en implementar líneas de economía indígena que nos ayuden a salir de la economía oscura del narcotráfico, de la minería ilegal, del tráfico de madera, que nos ayuden, por ejemplo, a minimizar o reducir la muerte de los líderes indígenas, ¿no? Después de Colombia, Perú es el segundo país donde más de 30 indígenas han sido asesinados. Y el día de ayer, uno de los líderes han sido asesinados nuevamente, Quinto y Numa, ¿no? Entonces, esto demuestra de que los gobiernos no están implementando los protocolos respecto a la defensa de los defensores o de los líderes que están al frente de todas las amenazas y las embestidas contra el territorio, ¿no? Y esto pasa por la falta de financiamiento, ¿no?, para que las instituciones del Estado se puedan fortalecer, articulándose de la mejor manera con las políticas de los estados y también los planes que tenemos nosotros como pueblos indígenas. Y haciendo las sumas y las restas, en realidad no está llegando los fondos climáticos como esperamos, ¿no? Sigue habiendo sigue habiendo brechas respecto a esos fondos. Pero se podría decir también de que los pueblos indígenas no tienen una estructura de financiamiento que pudiera ayudar a llevar de la mejor manera, ¿no? Y eso no es verdad. Los pueblos indígenas, en este caso AIDESET, sí tenemos experiencia de manejar fondos climáticos, ¿no? Y lo hicimos de la mejor manera, ¿no?, en articulación con la cooperación internacional y con el Estado, ¿no?, cada uno cumpliendo su rol para que el financiamiento se pueda ejecutar de la mejor manera. Entonces creo que las excusas son mínimas, lo que sí falta es voluntad política para avanzar en estos temas.
Gracias, José. Toya, ¿hay alguna experiencia con COIAB y con la Amazonía com os pueblos indígenas para fazer mais, para melhorar o acesso dos indígenas? Há algum mecanismo indígena sendo pensado?
Bom, com relação ao acesso, né, a gente, enquanto Amazônia brasileira, nós pensamos em trabalhar, né, um mecanismo, né, que hoje é mais conhecido como PODALI, né, que é o Fundo Indígena da Amazônia Brasileira, né? Ele foi criado em 2013, né? E é uma forma, né, que nós encontramos, né, para que a COIAB, através de sua rede, pudesse fazer as captações dos recursos para destinar, né, aos territórios indígenas, né? Uma outra forma que nós temos trabalhado na Amazônia, né, é com as parcerias, né? Então, nós temos o nosso mecanismo próprio, que é o Fundo Indígena, e trabalhamos as parcerias, né, que, por exemplo, nós estamos com uma parceria agora, né, junto ao Fundo Amazônia, né, com a TNC, né, nossa parceira, né, que é para trabalhar, né, o fortalecimento das organizações indígenas na bacia, aliás, na Amazônia brasileira, né, fortalecer o que o irmão aqui, Jorge falou, fortalecer as organizações, né, e qualificar o quadro para que possamos acessar esses fundos. Um outro exemplo também é uma outra parceria também com o Fundo Amazônia, com uma outra organização, né, chamada SESI, né, que vai levar recursos aos territórios indígenas para a implementação do plano de gestão e ambiental das terras indígenas, né? Mas o bom seria que, se realmente, né, os fundos, né, pudessem reconhecer esses mecanismos de financiamento, né, dos povos indígenas, porque aí nós teríamos, né, condições de levar um recurso a menor prazo diretamente aos territórios indígenas, né? Então, os fundos têm que olhar para a realidade dos povos indígenas, né? Caso contrário, nós vamos ter muitos recursos nos fundos, mas quem vai acessar são as grandes organizações, né, que detêm uma gestão, né, bastante consolidada, né? Então, nós temos que olhar, né, os recursos, né, para ser implementado de várias formas, né? Com as grandes ONGs, mas também com as associações indígenas, né? Então, nisso, né, a gente vem trabalhando para fortalecer, né, e para que o nosso mecanismo financeiro seja reconhecido, né, pelos fundos climáticos e, principalmente, pelos estados, né? Porque, dessa forma, né, nós conseguiríamos captar mais recursos e os recursos, né, serão destinados, né, para fortalecer várias ações, né, nos territórios. Não só a questão econômica, né? Não só a questão da segurança alimentar, porque com a questão das mudanças climáticas, ela não afeta só a questão alimentar, ela afeta também o social, a cultura, né? Porque aí tu vai morrendo certos tipos de recursos, né, na floresta, e com isso, né, nosso povo, né, para de fazer várias atividades, né? Então, o recurso dos fundos climáticos deve servir para fortalecer a identidade cultural dos povos indígenas da Bacia Amazônica, né? E, claro, volto a frisar aqui, os governos devem reconhecer os mecanismos financeiros, né, dos povos indígenas para que o acesso seja direto.
Graças. Dario, presidente do Fórum Indígena da ONU, dos Direitos Indígenas, que está aqui presente, muito obrigado. Dario, você tem tido essa perspectiva um pouco mais regional, mais global, dos desafios e das oportunidades para povos indígenas acessarem os financiamentos climáticos. Qual a sua perspectiva quando se pergunta para você sobre isso? Quais os desafios e quais as oportunidades?
Buenos días, muchas gracias por la invitación y un saludo especial a todos mis colegas de panel y a todas y a todos ustedes. Quiero empezar por la parte de los desafíos o retos. Creo que el primer gran reto que tenemos aún es entender qué son los pueblos indígenas. que hay una enorme dificultad para asumirlos como sujetos políticos, como pueblos. Y en las políticas de los estados todavía se asume a los pueblos indígenas o como sociedad civil, o como beneficiarios de las políticas, o se asume combinándolos con otras categorías de planeación como población vulnerable, o incluso se combina con comunidades locales como si fuera un solo sujeto. Creo que esta dificultad para entender que los pueblos indígenas están con sus propias formas de gobierno, con sus territorios, con sus culturas, con sus propias formas económicas, incluso antes de la conformación del Estado y de la conformación de las instituciones internacionales, incluyendo las instituciones financieras, es la primera dificultad. Porque se entiende entonces a los pueblos indígenas no como propietarios de sus territorios ni poseedores de conocimiento en relación con la naturaleza, sino como beneficiarios de la financiación del Estado. Y esto ya nos lleva a un primer problema, porque las decisiones sobre las formas de implementar las políticas llegan desde fuera de las estructuras propias de los pueblos indígenas. Y cuando hablamos de financiamiento directo, por ejemplo, se puede interpretar de muchas maneras, como por ejemplo que las grandes organizaciones no gubernamentales pueden crear programas de financiamiento directo, incluyendo a personas indígenas dentro de sus estructuras de gobernanza para, digamos, mostrar que se está avanzando cuando lo que se está planteando de parte de los pueblos indígenas es diferente. Hay dos discusiones en este momento en el mundo que creo que vale la pena que mencionemos. Por un lado, la necesidad de reformar las instituciones financieras. Ese es distinto a la necesidad de mejorar el financiamiento. Son dos temas distintos. Suelen combinarse, pero no son lo mismo. Necesitamos que en este momento las instituciones financieras y las operaciones financieras tengan una transformación, incluyendo el conocimiento de los pueblos indígenas, desde las bases de la economía misma. Porque hoy día lo que tenemos es que el mundo está regido por el concepto de valor, el concepto de capacidad y el concepto de riesgo. Estas tres palabras nos guían, nos conducen en todas las operaciones financieras. Por ejemplo, la fuente del valor se estima que es el trabajo, y el trabajo se comprende como la transformación de la naturaleza. Los pueblos indígenas justo hacen a la inversa. No es transformar la naturaleza, sino equilibrar la naturaleza, lo que ha llevado a mantener aquellos lugares estratégicos del planeta que aún tengan diversidad biológica. Y esto debe tener un valor. Y esto no es trabajo en el sentido económico de la palabra, pero sí es trabajo en el sentido de conservar la vida sobre el planeta. Debe tener un valor este trabajo. Luego, las bases mismas del sistema financiero necesitan de la participación de los pueblos indígenas para poder ayudar a resolver los grandes problemas que tenemos, no solo como pueblos, sino como humanidad. Esa es una discusión. La otra tiene que ver con mejorar la forma de acceder a los recursos existentes, tanto del financiamiento público a través de las políticas públicas de las instituciones de los estados, ministerios, departamentos, y a través del financiamiento también de los organismos internacionales, de las ONGs, pero estas deben combinarse, porque estamos cayendo en una suerte de parcelamiento del financiamiento para ciertos ecosistemas, como si los derechos de los pueblos indígenas fueran más importantes en una región que en otra. Tenemos que tener absolutamente mucho cuidado con no caer en discriminaciones sobre derechos de pueblos indígenas por el hecho de estar ubicados en un ecosistema o el otro, más bien generar políticas que ayuden a que todos los ecosistemas que así funcionan en la realidad, se relacionan entre sí, puedan también colaborarse los pueblos indígenas en la hora de ejercer sus derechos sobre el territorio. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, muy rico la reflexión. Ahora gostaria de passar a palavra para Sebastián Camilo, que é do Ministério de Meio Ambiente de Colômbia. Teríamos outros convidados que talvez ainda chegam, do governo brasileiro, do governo de Equador. É pouco porque a ideia de que há uma discussão muito intensa de pueblos indígenas com os governos nacionais, com os governos estaduais, com relação a financiamento climático e repartição de benefícios. Então, nos gostaria de aproveitar a presença de Sebastián. Se pudesses falar pouco, Sebastián, como que na perspectiva de Colômbia, do governo de Colômbia, vocês têm buscado fortalecer a presença, a participação indígena, o apoio a povos indígenas e também as questões de financiamento climático e povos indígenas na perspectiva do governo de Colômbia, por favor.
Bueno, buenos días. Y muchas gracias por esa pregunta. Gracias también a TNC por invitarnos a participar de este espacio. Yo quisiera, en principio, referirme también a los asuntos que los copanelistas ya han revelado, y es el inmenso trabajo que todavía nos queda por delante. Hay mucho trabajo para hacer en relación a poder entender las múltiples formas de gobernanza, ¿no? Cómo se gobierna el Estado tradicionalmente desde estructuras como los ministerios, que es el lugar en donde yo trabajo actualmente, y las estructuras de gobernanza que los pueblos indígenas en su diversidad y en su autonomía han venido consolidando por tantos años, y que además tienen una lógica de relacionamiento con el ecosistema que habitan. Mientras que los estados tenemos una lógica más de las normas que nos regulan. Yo creo que hay una brecha muy grande aún. Hay una brecha muy grande entre la forma en cómo se ejerce la gobernanza desde el Estado y la forma como gobiernan los pueblos indígenas los territorios que habitan. Yo creo que hay un primer trabajo. En el caso de Colombia, nuestros pueblos indígenas están organizados en organizaciones del orden nacional. Tenemos unas instancias de diálogo que son unas mesas de concertación, unas mesas de diálogo que tienen enfoque regional, y acudimos a esos espacios para justamente ponernos de acuerdo en relación a cómo se hace la planeación nacional y cuáles son las prioridades del lado de los pueblos indígenas, cuáles son los planteamientos desde el lado de planeación nacional en el caso del gobierno, y empezamos a intentar ser convergentes en una visión de territorio. Y es allí donde vemos unos retos muy grandes. Yo les decía, una mirada aún bastante distinta de lo que significa el desarrollo y de lo que los pueblos indígenas nos han mostrado históricamente, de cómo coexisten con un ecosistema que han logrado mantener conservado, mientras que los estados pues estamos haciendo frente a los retos del cambio climático, y en particular hoy enfrentamos conversaciones profundamente difíciles en relación a lo que significa la transición energética justa, por ejemplo, la coexistencia de los minerales de esa transición con la biodiversidad, y estamos en medio de unas conversaciones supremamente difíciles. Yo creo que el fortalecimiento de las estructuras de gobernanza, poder hacer que ese diálogo sea un diálogo mucho más equilibrado, un diálogo mucho más de pares, poder entender que se gobierna desde diferentes perspectivas y buscar la manera de que esas perspectivas sean convergentes en una visión de región, es uno de los primeros grandes retos que enfrentamos. En Colombia, pues el diálogo que se suscita a instancias de estas mesas y que se suscita a instancias de las organizaciones nacionales de pueblos indígenas junto con el gobierno nacional nos ayuda un poco a ir decantando esos elementos de cómo podemos conseguir eventualmente, a medida que estos diálogos se consoliden, una visión conjunta de desarrollo. Yo diría que la base de esa conversación es confianza. La confianza ha estado erosionada históricamente, es muy difícil ganar confianza en estos entornos, Digamos que históricamente hemos percibido mucha promesa, hemos percibido también muchos incumplimientos a acuerdos previos, y pues eso dificulta la conversación, no necesariamente porque conversemos durante muchas horas y lleguemos a algunos acuerdos, esos acuerdos terminen cumpliéndose y allí erosionamos de nuevo los acuerdos a los que llegamos entre las diferentes estructuras de gobernanza. Entonces yo creo que tener elementos sólidos que nos permitan construir un diálogo confiado, un diálogo orientado a los resultados, un diálogo que trate a las formas de gobernanza como iguales, que podamos entender que coexistimos en un mismo territorio, eso es fundamental. Y en el asunto de financiamiento, yo creo que al menos en el caso colombiano, la diversidad de nuestros pueblos es muchísima. Yo creo que la categoría de pueblos indígenas también es un poco odiosa porque intenta agregar una cantidad de diversidad que hay adentro, de miradas distintas. No hay un único pueblo indígena, son muchos. Muchas lenguas, muchas formas de entenderse en el territorio, y en el acceso al financiamiento esa diversidad debe reconocerse. Digamos, hay unos pueblos con una vocación más agropecuaria, hay unos pueblos con una vocación de la minería ancestral, hay unos pueblos con una vocación de la conservación y la preservación y los valores espirituales, y eso, digamos, en países megadiversos como los nuestros, Perú, Brasil, Ecuador, Colombia, pues también nos plantea a los estados el reto de dialogar con otros pueblos, como pueden ser los pueblos afrodescendientes o pueden ser los pueblos campesinos. Allí es donde esa diversidad tiene que ser reconocida por los vehículos de financiamiento y sobre todo cerrar unas de las brechas más importantes que hemos identificado. En el caso colombiano, el acceso a la tierra y el acceso a los recursos financieros por parte de la mujer indígena es uno de los retos más grandes. Digamos que en esta acumulación de vulnerabilidades o en esta acumulación de dificultades para acceder al financiamiento, al final de la fila siempre vamos a encontrar a las mujeres indígenas, campesinas y afrocolombianas.
Gracias, Sebastián. Os colegas de UPIAC também estão invitados, talvez vão chegar para falar um pouco dessa experiência de diálogo, não, dentro de Colômbia, as organizações indígenas, o governo. Pero me gostaria de aproveitar a presença de Darío também acá, que nos trouxe, Darío Meja, do Fórum da ONU, que nos trouxe um pouco a perspectiva dos desafios mais no nível macro, não no nível mais sistêmico. Darío falou sobre a importância também das instituições financeiras, não multilaterais, se adaptar, desenvolver capacidades para poder promover o fortalecimento dos povos indígenas e o acesso dos povos indígenas. Darío, sabemos que é uma pergunta nova, sim, Darío. Sabemos que no contexto aqui das negociações de clima, das COPs e da próxima COP depois, há todo debate sobre financiamento climático. Na perspectiva sua como de dirigente do fórum, como se percebe que os povos indígenas podem fazer incidência acá nos espaços mais globais de negociação de clima, para que as negociações que estão por vir possam incorporar que instituições financeiras globais, multilaterais, bilaterais, que tu consideras que são estratégicas para os povos indígenas influenciar?
Gracias. Lo primero es, hay que revisar el contexto en el que nos encontramos. Este año se han superado todas las barreras que la ciencia occidental había proyectado como críticas, le llaman la línea de no retorno, para llegar a la no superación del 1.5 grados. En algunas partes del mundo esta línea ya se ha superado. La salinificación de los océanos, el descongelamiento de los nevados y todas las variables este año en el que estamos se han superado, lamentablemente. Luego, lo primero que habría que preguntarse es si las COP sobre cambio climático están siendo efectivas para resolver el principal problema del cambio climático. Y no lo sabemos. Si llegáramos a tener un acuerdo sobre la transformación, no solo de las instituciones financieras, sino también de las metas particulares que tienen cada una de las discusiones, pues sería valioso, es la expectativa que tenemos. No es una expectativa como pueblos solamente, sino una expectativa como humanidad. Eso es lo primero. Lo segundo es las voces de los pueblos indígenas aún siguen siendo marginales, a pesar de que no contribuyen a la contaminación del mundo, que tienen el 80% de la diversidad que controla el clima en el planeta, que están recibiendo los impactos más fuertes de todas las variables climáticas, en sus islas, en sus bosques, en sus nevados, en todos los territorios, problemas de seguridad alimentaria y problemas de desplazamiento, a un incremento de la migración. Y a pesar de todo esto, sus voces aún no están reconocidas porque la estructura de representatividad y de discusión sigue en cabeza de los estados. Y los estados aún no incorporan como parte de su lógica la representación suya compuesta de manera mixta entre estados y pueblos indígenas. Y ahí tenemos un reto, porque luego la dificultad que se presenta también en la discusión es equiparar a pueblos indígenas con sociedad civil. Entonces decimos, si otorgamos un lugar a los pueblos indígenas, entonces también a otros sectores de la sociedad civil, como si fuera igual. Y ahí tenemos ese enorme reto por superar, pero no tenemos tiempo para superarlo. La realidad es que el clima, la tierra, el lenguaje de la madre tierra nos está superando. Entonces no se trata de resolver el problema puntual ahora, sino de ver cómo mejoramos las discusiones globales sobre el clima. Y en ese sentido, creo que tenemos retos enormes también. Aprovecho la pregunta para mencionarte que quizás a nivel de la región pudiéramos, los gobiernos que tienen enfoque progresista, pudieran dar un paso adelante con el ejemplo de construir agendas regionales. Yo veo de muy buena manera la reunión que se están haciendo sobre la Amazonía, la cumbre de presidentes sobre la Amazonía. Sin embargo, aún no se supera el tema de la representatividad en esos escenarios de discusiones, ni el enfoque de la atención territorial. Aún sigue siendo, efectivamente, como lo mencionas, un enfoque sectorial, el que se sigue implementando en las regiones, y un enfoque de contribuciones cuando necesitamos recuperar la agenda de derechos territoriales, la agenda de derechos de libre determinación y la agenda de derechos culturales de los pueblos indígenas, porque al final es esto el sustento real de la conservación de los territorios. Si no hay derechos, si no se asegura los derechos de los pueblos indígenas transitarán necesariamente por una nueva fase de colonización, producto de las soluciones de la llamada transición energética o de transición justa. Necesitamos, más allá de hablar de transición justa, necesitamos hablar de la agenda de los derechos que asegure justicia en el proceso.
Gostaria, aproveitando esta discussão pouco sobre tanto a fala de Colômbia e a fala de Dario, agora perguntar também para Jorge e para Elcio Machineri, Jorge de Peru e Machineri de Brasil, Coiabe, pouco sobre como vocês têm visto as perspectivas de diálogo com os governos em seus países, seja com os governos nacionais e federais, no contexto de implementação das políticas de clima se podem nos falar um pouco onde estão, como as políticas públicas estão, vocês veem que podem ajudar a empoderar os pueblos indígenas.
Claro, nosotros en el mes de octubre, la primera semana de octubre, se ha discutido en el Perú de manera mucho más clara, se puede decir, el avance de los gobiernos territoriales autónomos, ¿no? En el marco de la autodeterminación de los pueblos indígenas. Nosotros le dijimos al Estado peruano de que las políticas públicas orientados a gestionar el territorio con los pueblos indígenas han sido del total infructuoso, ¿no? Y todas las consecuencias que hasta ahora se puede ver, ríos contaminados, líderes asesinados, ¿no? El avance de la deforestación en el país, incendios forestales, ¿no? Que no hubo en el Perú, está viendo en estos últimos meses. Entonces, la política del gobierno respecto a la gestión del bosque para los pueblos indígenas en el Perú ha fracasado. Y le estamos diciendo de que ahora le otorgue a los pueblos indígenas la gestión, pero no de una manera separatista, sino de una manera en donde el Estado y los pueblos indígenas podamos construir una política pública mucho más inclusiva, ¿no? De los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. De tal manera que el Estado nos dé la oportunidad de demostrar lo que nuestros abuelos hicieron, ¿no? La conservación, el cuidado, no solamente de los bosques, sino de la espiritualidad y la cultura, ¿no? Y luego hagamos la evaluación de cuánto realmente ha servido darle a los pueblos indígenas la autonomía para que puedan gobernar su territorio versus las políticas públicas que han sido infructuosas, ¿no? Y todas las evidencias se pueden cuantificar, ¿no? Es por eso que nosotros, los pueblos indígenas del Perú, tenemos un malestar del todo, ¿no? Y hemos emprendido esta fase, ¿no? De gestionar los pueblos indígenas de manera autónoma, orientados a fortalecer las nacionalidades.
Bom, com relação a esse ponto, né? Primeiro de tudo, né, a gente percebe que não basta ter as convenções internacionais, né, que garante o direito dos povos indígenas, né? Mas é necessário também que os governos nacionais e subnacionais possam reconhecer em sua estrutura, né, na Constituição, né, a contribuição dos povos indígenas, né, na questão sobre o desmatamento e a emissão de CO2, né? Então, se os estados eles reconhecem essa parte, eu acho que já é um caminho bastante forte, né, para que, né, se criem programas voltados para as necessidades e as visões dos povos indígenas no tocante, né, a utilização dos recursos naturais, né, na Amazônia, né? Então, há que garantir, né, os estados, tanto subnacional como nacional, têm que garantir a participação, né, dos povos indígenas na construção dos programas, né? Por exemplo, nós temos agora a questão dos redes jurisdicionais, né, que é um exemplo de financiamento, né, do clima, né? Mas aí a facilidade dos povos indígenas sentarem na mesa, de fazer a negociação, né, de colocar no programa do Estado, né, os seus projetos de vida, né, há uma inversão disso, né? Muito pelo contrário, muitas vezes os estados não permitem que os povos indígenas possam participar desses eventos ou promover a participação desses povos nesses eventos, né? Então, eu penso que o importante seria também, né, reconhecer, né, além de criar programas específicos para os povos indígenas, né? Por exemplo, no Brasil nós temos a PNGAT, né, que é a Política Nacional de Gestão Ambiental em Territórios Indígenas, em Terras Indígenas, né? E lá, né, os recursos podem entrar, né, via PNGAT, que se transformam em políticas públicas, né? Porque o que nós queremos também, enquanto povos indígenas, é que seja política pública, né, do Estado voltado para os povos indígenas.
Obrigado. Pessoal, a gente está quase chegando no final do painel. Cada sessão aqui é 1 hora. Então, eu gostaria só de destacar pelo menos algumas coisas. Eu acho que foi importante a gente ouviu aqui, né? Acho que bem importante destacar um pouco tanto o Jorge como Manchinelli das organizações indígenas destacaram que os povos indígenas vêm desenvolvendo estratégias próprias para poder tanto negociar politicamente com os governos, como para desenvolver estratégias novas de poder buscar o acesso a recursos do clima. Foi citado o exemplo dos fundos indígenas, como uma experiência em construção, onde próprios povos indígenas, acho que foi o Toya que falou do fundo indígena como um exemplo. E eu acho que, ou seja, se mostrou ainda pela fala das organizações indígenas que há um grande desafio, mas há um esforço dos povos indígenas de oferecer alternativas para o acesso ao recurso. Acho que foi muito importante. Acho que importante o colega da Colômbia, do governo da Colômbia, acho que destacou muito a importância que o governo tem buscado de construir espaços de diálogo com os diferentes. Foi interessante perceber a perspectiva da fala do representante, do colega do Ministério de Clima de Colômbia, sobre entender que diálogo com povos indígenas se dá com uma diversidade muito grande, né? Diferentes povos, diferentes grupos dentro dos povos, e de que essa abertura do governo de Colômbia para esse diálogo. Eu acho que, depois eu vou até oferecer, Dario, para você fazer mais uma conclusão final do que você ouviu aqui também, mas eu acho que o Dario, do Fórum da ONU, traz esse destaque importante de que acesso a financiamento climático, novas estratégias de financiamento climático e com povos indígenas, depende de que tanto as financiadores, não, as agências, como as estratégias, percebam que há uma diferenciação cultural, política e mesmo de direitos, né? E que isso deve ser incorporado dentro das estratégias e dos mecanismos de financiamento que estão em construção dentro do clima. Eu vou passar a palavra para a Claire depois, minha colega da TNC, mas antes eu queria aproveitar o Dario aqui, que é tão importante também a mensagem que o Dario traz do Fórum da ONU. Dario, você está aqui num espaço que é da Nature Positive Pavilion, né? É um espaço de várias organizações ambientais, globais, que têm atuação estratégica. Se você pudesse aproveitar a oportunidade para passar uma mensagem para nós, TNC, outras organizações ambientais que têm entendido que a parceria com povos indígenas é fundamental para a proteção ambiental, para a conservação, para o clima, e que a gente está disposto a colaborar nesse fortalecimento de povos indígenas, inclusive no acesso ao financiamento climático. Se pudesse fazer sugestões, acho que você já fez algumas, mas seria legal ouvir um pouco sua perspectiva de como a gente, como organizações, pode estar colaborando para fortalecer tudo isso que foi falado aqui.
El primer mensaje es de agradecimiento por todos los esfuerzos que se han venido haciendo de manera conjunta y particularmente por el esfuerzo de la comprensión de la realidad de los pueblos indígenas, de su perspectiva, de sus sistemas de conocimiento, de su relacionamiento con el territorio. Por esa comprensión, porque las agendas de derechos estén siempre en la primera fila de las gestiones y de la interlocución con las demás instituciones, con los gobiernos, animarles para que continúen en esa labor, siempre con perspectiva abierta para incorporar nuevos aprendizajes y sobre todo para dar paso a que sean los pueblos indígenas quienes manifiesten directamente sus voces, sus preocupaciones y sus formas de asumir la realidad y los retos que tienen. Contribuir a fortalecer las capacidades que los pueblos indígenas sueñan y no siempre las capacidades que desde afuera se sueña que tengan los pueblos indígenas. Ese es el mensaje que yo diría a ustedes, agradecerles siempre su alianza, su compromiso, y también que en la región, por ejemplo, aperturar más espacios de diálogo con los gobiernos siempre es importante. Tenemos en la región el mayor número de países que han adoptado el convenio 169 sobre pueblos indígenas. Sin embargo, lo manifestaba aquí mi colega, mi hermano, la región sigue siendo la más peligrosa del mundo para defender los derechos de la tierra. Tenemos que superar esta dificultad y contribuir a que haya una agenda común. Es inconcebible aún que existan derechos territoriales distintos en Brasil, a Colombia, Perú, Ecuador, Bolivia, o derechos de libre determinación desarrollándose de manera distinta, cuando son los mismos pueblos. Deberíamos tener al menos espacios comunes y estándares comunes para el desarrollo de estos derechos. Es una invitación a que ustedes puedan promover esta agenda y nosotros siempre estaremos dispuestos también a colaborar en estos procesos. Muy amables.
Muchas gracias, Dario. Claire, gostarias de... Estamos nosso tempo está encerrando, temos 2 minutos. Se queres ser uma mensagem final. If you'd like to...
Yeah, it's going to be English, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can just about follow Spanish, but I can't speak it at the moment. So I think there's been really important points made about climate finance not reaching to the local level. And globally, we know from analysis from a few years ago that only 10% even tries to get to the local level. Only 10% of the global climate finance aims to get to the local level. 1% of forestry funds get to indigenous peoples, but only 10% of the entire flow even has the intention of thinking about going to the local level, and we need to shift this. So we know from some governments are saying 70% must get to the local level. The least developed countries are saying this. Some countries have put the target higher. Nepal, Burkina Faso have said 80% must reach communities, be put in the hands of communities for them to decide because they know best. And we've been hearing today from your experiences that the opportunity to invest at that local level is because the local communities understand their realities and they have their indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge systems that can understand what will be the most effective interventions and how to protect nature, how to protect lives and livelihoods. We also heard about how the climate finance system must be reformed, and the climate finance governance must recognize this local understanding and aim to work with indigenous peoples and local communities to balance livelihoods and nature. And that there are real solutions, not sector by sector and not short term, but looking at things in an integrated way, in a holistic way. So this strengthening of more transformational governance, of recognizing those local governance systems and working with the government themselves to build these planning processes that bring in these voices, I think has come through really strongly. And we have a big opportunity now in defining how the new goal for climate finance should be understood, to get these understandings right into the heart of it. So national governments can work with their local communities, their indigenous peoples associations, to strengthen those local associations, get the finance down to the local level, and get interventions that aren't sector by sector, but looking at this more holistic system. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Muito obrigado. Pessoal, nós temos aqui um vídeo de realidade virtual que foi produzido na Amazônia com comunidades locais que produzem chocolate. Então, se alguém quiser assistir, é bem interessante. Um filme de você coloca a câmera com a realidade virtual e consegue passear um pouco naquele território. Quem quiser conhecer depois, pode procurar a Fernanda ali atrás, que dá para assistir o vídeo enquanto come chocolate. É bom, uma boa. Sim, gostaríamos de agradecer aos painelistas, muito rica as falas, a experiência que trouxeram. E se podemos sacar uma foto, não? Juntos, seria bueno. E agradecemos a presença de todos e já vamos ter um outro painel.
healthy coral reef. The amount of life is unbelievable. These are some of the most biodiverse
And that really wasn't me. I would go to the hospital if that was. Welcome to the Nature Positive Pavilion from the Nature for Climate team, which is, of course, as many of you know, is a collaborative partnership of 22 or so partners. And congratulations, incidentally, on making it here now, because I know it has been a triumph of spirit over adversity, and perhaps in many ways it's a metaphor for what has to be done to navigate burdensome bureaucracy the world over. Our second panel today is the third, actually, of more than 70 that we're hosting in this pavilion at this COP. And while most of them, or indeed all of them, explore an extensive portfolio of different subjects, they share one common goal, namely to stress the importance of implementation, of moving from mere warm words to affirmative action, of the need to pick up the pace, and you will see that as a descriptor around the walls here, in order to deliver the goals enshrined within the UN Convention. The next panel here will explore how this is being done with particular reference to ocean conservation strategies, and specifically with reference to mangrove and coral reef breakthroughs, which have helped bolster marine biodiversity and resilience. Before we start that, there'll be a short film, after which the session will be led by Lorelei Picot, who's the Executive Director of the Ocean and Climate Platform, and she will then introduce your excellent panel.
There's nothing quite like seeing a healthy coral reef. The amount of life is unbelievable. These are some of the most biodiverse places on the planet. Coral reefs as an ecosystem cover less than 1% of the ocean floor, but they support 25% of all marine life. There's nothing quite like seeing a healthy coral reef. The amount of life is unbelievable. These are some of the most biodiverse places on the planet. Coral reefs as an ecosystem cover less than 1% of the ocean floor, but they support 25% of all marine life and keep the ocean healthy, which is essential to all life on Earth. It used to be the case that only individual species were threatened with extinction, not entire ecosystems, but climate change has completely changed the game. In the case of coral reefs, it's an ecosystem that's home to thousands of species, which in turn provide food and income for hundreds of millions of people.
We have an initiative for effective implementation, the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, as well as agreed targets and tools to scale action through the Coral Reef Breakthrough. Now, we just need the will.
Let's be the first generation ever to save an entire ecosystem for people and the planet. Now, let's get on with it.
Well, Excellencies, ambassadors, dear friends, welcome. You stole my joke earlier, but yes, indeed, congratulations on getting here. I mean, this event is my first event of COP, so I'm very excited, the first of many. It's a good thing I woke up at 5:40 this morning because I have already 30,000 steps. My phone is very happy with me. No, I'm really excited. This is actually a very good event to start with. We're here to talk about nature, obviously, the power of nature, the power of ocean ecosystems in the fight against climate change. And something that we love at the Ocean and Climate Platform is we're also here to talk about synergies and how we need to address the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis as one and the same. So that is a very exciting one. And we're going to have a beautiful panel as well to discuss a little bit more about those breakthroughs that you've been hearing about popping here and there for a few months now. And we'll explain a little bit what it entails to support all of this work. So first of all, a little bit of protocol. Let me welcome as well the many followers that we have online. You haven't had to walk for miles to get here, but we're very grateful that you're still following us. And I also want to take a little bit of time to congratulate and thank our wonderful partners for this event, the Bloomberg Philanthropies, the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, and we've had a fantastic video to start with, the Global Mangrove Alliance, the Race to Resilience, the Nature Conservancy, the UN Environment Programme, and the Ocean and Climate Platform. So we've all come together from different horizons of marine conservation to really discuss how to safeguard our beautiful ecosystems. As we have seen, I was watching the video and I thought, yeah, we're inside, teeny tiny buildings where we could be diving in what, remains of the world's corals. So let's fight for it for sure. So today we also have the chance of having many nations that are fighting very, very hard in these, UN fora to protect our environment. And we have the pleasure of having the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and the Environment from Palau, Mr. Stevens Victor. You, of course, have been working so hard to protect your ecosystem in Palau. Already 10 years ago, you had protected 80% of your EEZ. Many countries around the globe should definitely do the same. So you're here for our opening remarks. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, Ambassador Thompson and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. President Whips, at his UNGA remarks, used this Palauan word, ikamu, which can be translated to let's get on with it, like what the video has said. So it is a pleasure to be here with you today to celebrate the mangrove and coral reef breakthrough. Before I make a few remarks, I'd like to acknowledge the role of non-governmental organizations in supporting governments. And I say that because I believe because of NGO partnership with the Palau government, we've been able to achieve monumental achievements that we as a small island developing states would not be able to do on our own because of our limited capacities. And we've been able to because of the partnership with NGOs and other government entities around the world. So I want to emphasize that we didn't get to where we are alone. It has been through partnership that we've been able to achieve what we have achieved in Palau. And as a Palauan and a resident of a big ocean state, I know firsthand the critical role the ocean and its ecosystem play in our fight against climate change. Every second breath we take is because of our ocean, our coral reefs, and our mangroves. The ocean is already doing more for us. It's doing its fair share in contributing to a healthy world and healthy human population. But because of our sometimes indestructive human activities, it is getting warmer, getting more acidic and deoxygenating. In 2023, we had the highest surface temperature since record keeping began, with significant impact on the marine environment, fisheries, and our livelihoods. As Palauans, and I'm sure it has impacted many of us in some ways in this room and around the world. To limit catastrophic impacts of climate change for people and nature, we must keep 1.5 degrees alive to stay alive. To do that, we have to make the most of the solutions that the ocean and coastal ecosystems offer. For this reason, it is critical that ocean climate solutions are an integral part of countries' NDCs, national adaptation plans, and national biodiversity strategies and action plans. That's why in Palau, we're pleased to be here with you to celebrate the many achievements that many coastal communities around the Pacific has progressed. And we continue to call on other communities around the world to do the same. We're no longer just doing it for us in the Pacific as low-lying small island developing states. We're doing it for the future of our children. It is imperative upon us to take these critical actions today. We're running out of time. Time is no longer on our side, but we can still accelerate action to hopefully keep up with the time that we've lost. In Palau, under our Blue Prosperity Plan, we are trying to balance between protection and production of our healthy ocean resources. As a small developing island state which relies on tourism and relies on fisheries, we know the importance of healthy ocean. We know the importance of healthy mangroves, and we know the importance of coral reefs. So we don't need to convince ourselves as Palauans and as people that we need to do the right thing. We need to speak to the world for those who may know but still find it difficult to act because they feel some sense of fear and the risk to their GDPs, to their economy today. But we'd like to remind that the cost of not doing the right thing to the future generation will be much, much higher than the cost of doing the right thing today. We are protecting our mangroves. We're looking at new innovative opportunities that are beginning to unfold under the UNFCCC, such as the blue carbon. We've mapped our coastal blue carbon, so we now know what is the potential value. We've begun to map our deep ocean blue carbon, and we see this as opportunities that when we protect nature, it can give back to us. We can gain the return on that investment. It may not be today, but we know it will come if we continue to persevere and work on ensuring that the ocean will continue to be healthy. After all, a healthy ocean means healthy people. So we are here to celebrate the mangrove and coral reef breakthrough with all of you, and I hope that it can get beyond these walls to reach out to those who we need to continue to bring into this understanding of the importance of the role of oceans and nature. Investing in nature is investing in the future of our children. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your inspiring words. I think we needed that as well as we kickstart COP28, the COP that will see the first global stocktake as well. We're here for implementation. We know the reality of the impacts of climate change, and let's also remember that if we have the ocean in the preamble of the Paris Agreement, if we have the ocean in climate negotiations, it's mostly due to the leadership of small island states. So we're very grateful for that, and we have gone a long way since 2015 as well. As you said, Peter Thompson, when we were in Bonn, we're now inside the tent. So let's make it count for the ocean, for nature, for people. So this is very inspiring words. So thank you very much, Minister. Now, in the spirit of the global stocktake, taking stock of actions, and most importantly, responding to the global statement that we are not on track. Spoilers. We knew that. What is our response now? What do we do to actually correct course in this lifetime, in this decade, today, in this next 2 weeks? What do we do? Well, one thing that is quite interesting is the leadership of non-state actors in that spirit as well. And we've heard about the coral breakthrough and the mangrove breakthrough, and as I call on the fellow panelists to join us on stage, I will introduce you. Maybe just come and take a seat. It will be easier so they can all see you as I speak, because otherwise it's a lot of me. I just wanted to highlight that the collaboration throughout the breakthrough is not only under the leadership of the high-level climate champions, but also with the work of the Marrakesh Partnership and a number of stakeholders working from UN Environment, from the Nature Conservancy, and a number of other partners from NGOs, scientific institutions, the private sector, coming together to work alongside parties. And that is where I see a lot of hope in this work, is that we're not trying to point finger, we're just trying to collectively do better and drive, leadership ambition. And of course, we get to work on marine ecosystems, so that's a lot more fun, right? So, as we dive into our panel, I would like to welcome our fantastic panelists. So first round of applause as I will introduce you as well. We have Elizabeth Macleod. Oh, there you are. You're the Global Ocean Director of the Nature Conservancy. I mean, everyone knows the Nature Conservancy, so thank you for everything that you're doing, and thank you for being here with all of us today. We have Letizia Carvalho. You are the head of Marine and Freshwater Branch at UN Environment Program and the co-chair of the Executive Board of the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. Thank you for being here. We've seen a lot about the Coral Reef Breakthrough, so looking forward to hearing more about that. And we also have Marcia Toledo. You are the Department Director for Adaptation and Resilience at the Climate Champions team, and we've had the pleasure of working a lot together. So before we dive into the questions, so of course we're going to talk about the mangrove and the coral breakthroughs and really understanding, what those blueprints to protect those ecosystems. But there's also another breakthrough that came out very recently that I want to highlight as a bit of a overarching breakthrough when it comes to the ocean, is the ocean breakthroughs. Not only because I've worked extensively on it, but also because we really try to not only focus on mitigation and adaptation, but really connect the dots. One thing that I love about the ocean community is that we enjoy tackling, two birds with one stone. Why focus on just one approach when we can enjoy all the co-benefits that the ocean can give us and people and the rest of the ecosystems? So the Ocean Breakthroughs, it was launched in October by Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, and the idea behind it was to highlight all of those ocean-based sectors that can contribute to cutting down emissions by a third by 2050. So we've been working closely as well with our friends and colleagues from the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, and you've most likely seen their latest report highlighting how a number of ocean-based sectors can cut down up to 35% of emissions, and how could we really work hand in hand again with parties to highlight these 5 different sectors, which are marine conservation, and that will be our focus today, ocean-based transport, ocean renewable energy, aquatic food, and coastal tourism. This will be one of the pillars of COP28, as we hope, because we want this to be our blueprint to respond to the conclusions of the global stocktake. But today, we have our excellent experts to talk to us about those marine conservation focus. Let me start first with the mangrove breakthroughs, because you were the first breakthrough, and you've had a very interesting approach, because you've not only focused on finance, on a specific ecosystem, but also now you're getting support from parties. So can you tell us more about this mangrove breakthrough and how you got here in only, 2 years?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Before getting into the mangrove breakthrough, though, I really want to echo the words of Minister Victor, how critical the oceans are to all of our climate efforts, both from a mitigation perspective and from an adaptation perspective. And within that, how vital marine ecosystems are, both mangroves, reefs, and others, in meeting our mitigation and adaptation targets. Absolutely. The commitment to 1.5 degrees is essential to ensure that we have a future for coral reefs. They're also vital to delivering the goals of the Global Biodiversity Framework, in addition to the Paris Agreement, and also our SDGs as well. The mangrove breakthrough has absolutely been pivotal for really bringing together collective action to enhance commitment, both in raising the financing, but also the targets, the collective targets for the action that's needed to protect our mangroves. Specifically, we aim to unlock $4 billion and secure a future of 15 million hectares of mangroves around the world by 2030. The Nature Conservancy's role has really been, in addition to helping catalyze the breakthrough with a number of partners, has been to also ensure support and encourage governments, the research groups, corporate and financial institutions, and civil society to join us and to join together on this ambitious target. Something exciting happening this week, December 4th, will also be the launching of the financial roadmap, which really provides the toolbox for how we get there, what financial instruments are available to us so that we can build, prove, and scale mangrove-positive investment opportunities. And the Nature Conservancy is thrilled to be a part of this. We also recognize how vitally important it is for the outcomes that it will achieve. From a climate perspective, the estimated climate benefits of sequestering over 43 million tons of CO2 in mangrove biomass and an additional 189 million tons of CO2 in the soils through the mangrove breakthrough. We're also looking at securing vital marine habitats for our fisheries, shrimp, crab, aquaculture, et cetera. And then supporting the protection of 7 billion in the ecosystem services that these vital ecosystems provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. This is very impressive, and we always struggle, to put a price on what we need to do, and we've struggled to get, the billion-dollar figure for marine conservation in terms of the implementation and how to safeguard these ecosystems. So I think many of us will be there on the 4th to know more as well about this roadmap. So now, of course, we have the coral breakthrough. To alleviate the confusion, originally the 2030 breakthrough agenda was really focused on mitigation, but when it comes to civil society action, the coral breakthrough, as we know, is not a mitigation activity, but it's rather adaptation. And I think that's important to clarify, but it definitely gets on board with us towards achieving the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So what about the latest of the marine ocean conservation breakthroughs? Can you tell us more about coral reefs?
Thanks a lot, Lodra. Is this working? Yes. So, yes, first I would like to say that I was with Hallie Golding when she was shooting this movie, and I could testimony how mesmerized she was with the beauty of the corals in the real time. So, and this was really a great honor. Indeed, the coral reef breakthrough actually was developed at the margins of the GBF negotiations a couple of years ago, or a year ago in reality. And it's really built upon a coalition of three co-founders, the ICRI, the International Initiative on Coral Reefs, the GFCR, the Global Trust Fund for Coral Reefs, and the high-level climate champions. And these co-founders, and I'm very proud here to represent the GFCR, but together managed to mobilize a network of 40 experts that are including coral experts, nature experts, economists, actually to forge conviction and recommend targets that could somehow unfold or break down what we have under the GBF. That is actually a very overall target of conservation and restoration, 30%, but how we deliver this overall for a number of different ecosystems. So I think the beauty of the role of the GFCR in being the catalytic convener of this intelligence was actually to help to define targets and recommend how to achieve these targets. So this is one major role. A second role of the GFCR in the breakthrough, the coral reef breakthrough, that just a parenthesis, is a sister initiative of the mangroves breakthrough. By all means, is the attempt of the civil society really to build upon the synergies and the energies of different stakeholders on how really to qualify pathways for the achievement of the GBF targets. Closing parenthesis, a second function very important for the GFCR is actually to deliver and implement. It's really to mobilize finance, to bridge public and private finance, donors and private sector, in a way that we can catalyze action on the ground. And in this regard, I really would like to mention that upon the target of mobilizing $500 million US dollars for the coral reef, towards the coral reef breakthrough by 2030, and of course, it's aiming to really leveraging investments with the potential to amplify the conservation and restoration returns for coral nations up to 2.5 billion. I'm very proud to announce today that the GFCR has already mobilized more than $200 million towards the coral reef breakthrough targets. And this is already happening in 23 nations, coral nations. So I think in terms of what you invited us to tell us today, this is about how we do it. The GFCR and the breakthrough, the coral reefs breakthrough, are really, really delivering a concrete answer on how to do it.
Congratulations. I mean, this is already a huge... Thank you so much, Leticia. And you've touched upon the Global Biodiversity Framework, and we'll get back to that as well. In the spirit of implementation, it's also on the ground and, getting the money there, but it's also in terms of governance what brings us together. So we'll definitely get back to this. But before we go back into the enablers for all of these breakthroughs, I want to turn to you, Marcia, because we have been working a lot this year. Last year with at COP27, we have the Egyptian presidency that launched the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda. So as we said, sometimes we need to divide and conquer. So we had the breakthrough agenda in terms of mitigation and the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda in terms of adaptation. Of course, the ocean community, we don't respect anything, and we have the same goals and targets in both, and it's normal. Again, two birds, one stone. But Marcia, you have been leading this work on the SAA, and obviously there's an ocean and coastal zones task force in this. Can you tell us a bit more about how, as part of this Sharm agenda, do we integrate the mangrove and the coral reef breakthroughs?
Thank you, Lorelai. And maybe a little bit of an introduction. Who are the champions? What the champions do? What is their mandate? And why the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda can be very helpful in bringing forward these initiatives and solutions. So the climate champions are appointed by COP presidencies, and their mandate is to work collaboratively with non-state actors to advance, accelerate, and help achieve the Paris Agreement goals. So in that sense, while the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda has been an agenda articulated as an agenda of global solutions for adaptation and resilience, initiated by COP27 presidency, the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda is actually an agenda that also embraces the collaboration with governments. So it's not only an agenda of non-state actors. So that is actually already reflected in the breakthroughs or initiatives that are being brought in the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda. And that's actually critical because it's very much advancing opportunities that articulate or bring solutions that already exist, initiatives that are already bringing, bridging, and addressing the barriers for adaptation and resilience, but very much bring it in a way that is articulated and clear that can help solve system transformation opportunities. For example, in oceans and coastals, mangroves are critical, coral reef are critical, seagrasses are critical, addressing coastal, urban challenges are also critical, and understanding that opportunity at the system level is what the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda is actually pursuing. But we have let's say, a time, which is 2030, which means recognizing those science-based targets that has been identified and as near-term opportunities where rallying these actions can help showcase progress. That's the other angle of the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda, is by bringing these solutions with clear near-term targets, we can also allow to track progress. And in a year like this one, on a global stocktake, we recognize we have to accelerate pace and scale. The Sharm el-Sheikh agenda is actually ready for being that platform to continue pursuing on that convening, showcasing how science is informing opportunities, bridges, networks, and synergies with different actors, finance, businesses, but also very critical, especially on adaptation, is securing the benefit to people and how people are integrated, their voices are channeled, the inclusivities happen, but as well being really showcase the benefits to them, the increasing benefits of those opportunities. So nature for adaptation is at the core of the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda. And in that way, we seek how this, let's say, the unlock opportunity of the mangrove, that as nature has both benefits, mitigation, adaptation, we want to see that also integration. Makes no sense to see separated, let's say, thematic opportunities. We want to foster that integration, and at the same time, bring the lessons learned from the Race to Resilience campaign that the champions are also advancing, which many of the partners advancing the breakthroughs are members of, in regards of better translating what are those adaptation solutions that can actually prove benefits to people, and how we can track the progress as well of the benefits to people. In that sense, there is also enormous potential for improving science, capacity, and those methods that are needed to properly put value on those solutions and avoid the, let's say, the challenge that adaptation has, which is not one variable only, but a multivariable, let's say, opportunity to deliver adaptation. No?
Well, thank you very much. And I know that they're launching this first report of the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda on the 6th in the afternoon, right?
On December 3rd, we are
December 3rd?
launching.
Okay.
And then we have other events for the convening of the task forces on December 6th, yes.
Beware. So, no, this is really exciting. I think one of the common thread in all of these roadmaps really is collaboration. Across sectors, across people, across regions, and we can show that it works. And I think that is a very important takeaways from our meeting as well, and this conference throughout the next 2 weeks, is that we need to work together if we're going to make it work. So of course we've heard about global objectives, targets, hopes and dreams, but concretely, how do we get there as well? And that's what's interesting in your respective work, is that, of course, you haven't been chosen by magic to work on these specific ecosystems and these specific breakthroughs. You have extensive experience through your careers and through your organizations as well. And let me go back first to you, maybe Elizabeth. When we talk about implementation, how can we actually scale up these initiatives on the ground? How can we make sure that the mangrove breakthroughs can speak to different regional capacities and different regional specificities as well in terms of landscape or seascape in our case? But how does it work? Can you tell us more?
Sure, thank you. I've been doing conservation for over 20 years. And what I have seen repeatedly is, unfortunately, how often we recreate the wheel. And we recreate the wheel because we're not often talking to each other, or we have parallel targets that are slightly different, or we're not all in the same room sharing scientific data with each other, and it really slows us down. And we don't have the luxury of time, as we heard as well this morning. I think there's 4 key aspects to getting to scale. The first is absolutely building political will, community will around a collective vision. We have that through the coral and mangrove breakthroughs. The second is securing the financing to deliver that vision. The third is addressing the science gaps. And the fourth is capacity building, so that we're building local capacity, we're building our own internal capacity, so that we're able to address the threats at a local scale and then be able to scale them beyond to other regions, sharing lessons learned with each other of what works in one geography that might be relevant in others. So I think those for me are really the key components of how we get to scale. At the Nature Conservancy, we have a number of examples of ways to do that. One is through networks, networks of practitioners and partners. We've been running a Reef Resilience Network for over almost, 17 years now, which is a network that helps build local capacity to better manage reefs. We've trained over 45,000 people through this network, and it's really about building local leaders and supporting local leadership. So that's a key part of that. Certainly in the mangrove space, the Global Mangrove Alliance serves a similar function of building local capacity, building the science, and also sharing lessons learned across. Another example, I think, is clearly through the breakthroughs themselves in terms of how we get to scale by, again, aligning around a collective vision and then resourcing and supporting implementation towards that. And then finally, I think the GFCR, the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, provides a phenomenal example of scaling by using blended finance so that we're able to build these reef-positive futures so that we have the sustainable financing that's necessary to make sure that we can protect these ecosystems in perpetuity. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we hear always about, you know, this checklist that we should have to make sure that our project is scalable and it's understandable, but at least you're doing it in practice. So it's also about, you know, understanding what has not worked. And I think that is something that we need to recognize as well. We're not always successful. I think we've had 28 COPs, so maybe that's a given. You also mentioned, you know, the importance of political will, and the Minister in his opening remarks also emphasized the importance of having political support, and a little bit out of script, but I think we have in the room some representatives as well from COP28 who wanted to express their commitment and their engagement. So we have Thomas with us, if you want to say a few words.
Hi, sorry, I'm not a great public speaker. It was more just, as from the COP presidency, we've been a great supporter of both the mangrove breakthrough, the ocean breakthrough, and the coral reef breakthrough that sits underneath it. CPD President Razan and Her Excellency Mariam wrote to all countries asking them to endorse the mangrove breakthrough as part of our special ministerial on the 9th. I'm pleased to announce that the mangrove breakthrough now has 14 government endorsers and 4 subnational governments at all levels. And we're looking forward to seeing everyone more, 30 by 30, as we say, and seeing that momentum. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tom. And if I may highlight as well that Tom has been absolutely instrumental in getting all of these breakthroughs to the COP28 agenda. So thank you very much, Tom. And you mentioned 30 by 30, which is a perfect transition for me, towards or back to the moment in Montreal last year for COP15. Finally, the adoption of the counterpart of the Paris Agreement, the Kunming-Montreal Agreement. Of course, in the way we have designed all of these ocean-related breakthroughs, we want to make sure that there are connections. We're genuinely trying to address the objectives of the Paris Agreement, but also the objectives of the GBF. How do you do that, Laetitia? How do you take it all?
Thanks for this question. It's really challenging to answer, but I will try. But first, allow me to build upon your comment, because when you were introducing this topic, you were saying we need all hands on deck, and meaning we need cross collaboration with different peoples, nations, with sectors, and I would say we also need collaboration between governance arrangements. There are several gaps that are not really fulfilled when we deal with a number of governance arrangements like Paris Agreement, GBF, CBD, and a number of others. So bridge these gaps is also fundamental to make more senses and deliberate really the transformation that we are looking forward. So I think this is a one thing to acknowledge. And another one is also to acknowledge the interdependence between biodiversity and climate. And I build upon your reflections, Minister Victor, because it's really like, specifically in SIDS countries or in island countries and nations, you can see there is no separation. And I would say that recognizing this nexus and this interdependence is absolutely critical, also to bridge the governance gaps. So I think these are two premises that we need to bear in mind in order to deal with or take the best advantages of the fact that we have now a solid agreement telling us how much, what, and when we need to deliver it for the biodiversity that can actually go hand in hand with the agreement already achieved under the Paris umbrella, or the climate umbrella. So I would like to mention that the GFCR, again, that I'm really championing here as one of the mechanisms that are still in place to deliver it on this, and in particular, the breakthrough, the coral reef breakthrough, actually sets a special target that is beyond or speaks or aims beyond the GBF itself, establishing a goal of 125,000 square kilometers of corals actually to be protected and restored. That is beyond the 30% predicted in the GBF. And of course, this is to set the course in terms of the ambition and what is needed. So I think this is a very important aspect of the breakthrough of coral reefs, and is the ambition. I think a fundamental point that I want to highlight in terms of how the GFCR is actually already looking into integration is really looking into upstream threats and trying to address these upstream threats that are actually threatening biodiversity before they can harm the corals. And then I think this brings a fundamental element of how do you deliver it on the nexus, in the interface of these ecosystems. So I'm very happy that you mentioned as well that the breakthroughs are now breaking down what we need to do for mangroves and for corals, but also we have a breakthrough for oceans overall. And we also have a global challenge for freshwater that was launched during the UN Water last year. So we in UNEP, together with our partners in the GFCR, are also very keen in speaking on how we deal with a breakthrough or a challenge for the blue ecosystems overall, because they are indissociable by default. And I think another fundamental aspect of the GBF is really bringing the role of the indigenous communities and the local peoples in the management. I think this is really the first agreement where we see these fundamental stakeholders being acknowledged in the law, at the level of the law or of the agreement, about their role and about the need of build upon their knowledge. And I think these are the great additions of the GBF in terms of delivering us or stating in front of us a pathway or a route to achieve the goals and to deliver and to achieve the 2020, the 30 by 30 goals. Let me just finalize saying that, again, back to the GFCR as one of the mechanisms in place, I really would like to say a big thanks to a number of players that already joined hands in terms of really investing and delivering in concrete examples like the Bloomberg, like Prince Albert II Foundation, like the government of France, the government of US, the government of Canada, the UN agency systems that are coming together concretely investing and proving that the bridge between the private and the public finance can be walked through and really deliver the results on the ground. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Leticia. That's really inspiring, and I agree. It's about time, because we've been hearing about breaking down silos, but it's at some point everyone was saying this, but no one really knows how to do it. But the ocean community has always been a bit hard-headed, and Marcia, you work with me on an almost daily basis, but we're always pushing the boundaries, and we want to do better, and we want to show that it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But with regards to the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, I think we have a lot to learn from the Convention on Biological Diversity as well. I mean, from a climate perspective, with the Ocean and Climate Platform, we're now an observer as well to the Convention on Biological Diversity, with the purpose of breaking down those silos. And with the team, we attended COP15 in Montreal last year. And first of all, it's a lot more inclusive. I mean, us climate people are very pretentious. COP15 was so much more welcoming and a lot more, accessible for side events and negotiations. In terms of non-state actors as well, you can actually take the floor in the negotiations. It's rooted in science and traditional knowledge from the very beginning, when the IPCC is now acknowledging that we need those traditional knowledge into their assessments. So we do have a lot to learn from the counterpart of the UNFCCC, and to circle back maybe to COP28, one very concrete way to do so with the decision on the global stocktake is to acknowledge that we have a global biodiversity framework now. Why won't parties to the UNFCCC recognize this biodiversity framework to really start, paving the way to collaborate very concretely to make sure that national strategies on biodiversity and climate are coherent? I mean, just in terms of administration, it would be so much easier. We need to get that, and I believe that those breakthroughs are definitely a way to show show some leadership across the board. So, of course, COP28, that's why we're here. So circling back to you, Marcia, what are our hopes for the ocean? What can we expect through the adaptation agenda as well? Because, of course, we need to keep reducing our emissions, but we know now that a lot of the impacts of climate change will not be avoided. So what is your take on the outcomes of COP28 in terms of adaptation?
So from the side of the Champions team, and we recognize as well the leadership of COP27 presidency to be able to put together this agenda. But most important is the carry forward of this agenda to 2030 with the leadership of COP28 presidency. And in that sense, the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda is that focusing next years in that progress tracking, bridging, understanding, showcasing opportunities, but also the barriers that still exist so that we can collectively address it. And another emphasis from the champion side is really putting high the agenda of nature, the role of nature, the contributions, and more clearly, the opportunity that is for ecosystems, for the economy, but also for people and livelihoods. So moving forward, we will be working, convening, steering opportunities where such gaps can be closed in finance, in accessibility, in scaling, or capacity building. In reality, adaptation requires that we really look carefully at where are opportunities for still increasing capacity. It's not necessarily one variable, one approach. We need to customize and we need to reflect the realities of the different contexts. But how can we do it in a way that can be really at scale and the pace that is needed? So that is the emphasis that we want to be working this year, learning from the progress achieved this year that the report is bringing on December 3rd, but very much helping to identify the signals of change at the macro system level and track progress at the adaptation outcome level, which are uptaking the targets from the breakthroughs and other initiatives. We have at the moment about 40 adaptation targets that the agenda is bringing across 6 different systems, one of them oceans and coastal systems. So very critical to elevate the leadership of the community that is very much ahead of the, I would say, ahead of the curve.
Thank you very much, Marcia. And I mean, we've been incredibly on time, so maybe if we have a final word from each of our speakers on your outcomes, you know, what's your dream for the outcome of this COP28? Where do we want to push the boundaries this time? Well, hopefully.
I will start, guys. First to say that I think one fundamental element that we need to achieve here is also is accountability and transparency. Right. And then I see an amazing role of the breakthroughs in bringing this, this opportunity. Not only because, as you mentioned, it's much more open the way it's built and unfold these targets, the way they are being collectively set up, but also they provide guidance to all of us, including in terms of finance and final impacts in coral restoration and protection, but also mangroves, and hopefully we will have more in the ocean overall, really to bring transparency in a way that how good we are and how effectively we have been investing and developing and really providing. I mean, success is not going to be anymore just a line on a paper. I think success is going to be a concrete element that all of us as citizens of the world can be appropriated for and follow up. And I really hope that this COP is about bringing more transparency and accountability to the table, learning from the GBF, for example, in the biodiversity community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me, we heard already that 2023 was the hottest year on record. And I spent time in multiple places, in Indonesia, in the Bahamas, and Belize, and saw really devastating impacts to in our oceans because of the warming, really significant coral bleaching. Also, we've had wildfires and storms, and we have wonderful commitments, and we've all said repeatedly, it's time for action. My deep hope, we have had a number of countries, 14, that have signed on to the Mangrove Breakthrough. Hopefully there will be more announced this week. Commitments, financial commitments, I think are gonna be coming out as well, which are essential. We don't have time anymore. I mean, this is it, guys. So, I mean, I feel like we've got the data, you know, we know what we need to do. We have the tools in the toolbox. We have a collective vision, and it's a matter of just doing it.
totally aligned, extremely fast. We really need to get things done. But more importantly, is that accountability and transparency. We see the wave in each COP, many of the ambition, many of the ideas and the opportunities are put on the table, and it's very difficult to bring them and have continuity and have clarity if what works, what did not work, and how we can do it better. That is what the Sharm el-Sheikh agenda is really trying to also advance and close that gap, bring continuity and the space for that convening so that these opportunities and challenges can be addressed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we can give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your knowledge, for your passion, for yet again warning us that this is the last, the last time. There's a saying in English that I keep forgetting, but it's something about the last straw on the camel's back or something like that, which figuratively is quite interesting. Yeah, we need to get going now. We need action now, but we also need to be proud of the work that we're delivering. I mean, it's always a privilege to speak at the UNFCCC, being able to have a voice, and many don't have a voice here in these fora. We need to be proud. We need to make sure that countries commit to what they have done. And this global stocktake, I'm actually really enthusiastic about it. I mean, the prognostics are very, very bad, but how do we make sure that through this tool, through this milestone of the Paris Agreement, we genuinely turn the tide on what's happening? It's pretty much our last chance to correct course and make sure that we achieve a future up to 1.5 degrees. And we're all divers, most likely. We want to continue seeing this. We want to continue enjoying this for us, but for future generations to come. And I think that is a powerful message to take on as we kickstart this COP. So thank you so much. So now we have, of course, a wonderful ambassador with us, and we talk about connecting the agendas with the biodiversity frameworks, the climate framework, but in the end, the mother of them all was maybe the SDG 14 for us to get the ocean in it, because at some point there was no SDG 14. We had no ocean in the SDGs, and now we're championing it. So what's really exciting is that we have Ambassador Peter Thompson with us, and you will provide us some guidance a little bit, probably emphasize that we need also to fund this SDG 14, which remains the least funded of all the SDGs. How did we get there? And what's the plan with the next UN Ocean Conference coming our way in 2025? 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. I see synergies everywhere. Peter, the floor is yours.
Sorry, my French colleagues have departed, so I was going to leave the UN Ocean Conference to them, but I guess I'll take that on. Tell me when I've said enough, okay? Because switch on this subject and you can be here for days. But look, first of all, welcome to Sunset Boulevard. Remember the movie? It's actually Sunset Avenue, but it's at the bitter end of Sunset Avenue, if you like. Nature takes its normal place in these discussions, which is at the very periphery. The day will come when we bring everything to the absolute center. As you walk in, you'll see nature, but not there yet. So keep fighting. Look, Minister, always love hearing you speak. You're one of the most articulate ministers from the Pacific, and you said all the right things. So I don't need to go down that path again. But I do want everybody to know that my main feeling being here today is one of anger. And that's not a bad thing. Anger is an energy. I think that was an old trash song back in the day. I feel really angry, actually. The more I walk around this place, the more angry I get. And it's not about the logistics. It's about the general atmosphere, the sort of carnival. It's like a party at the end of the world. And you've got to remember this. And it was a bit of a downer at the IUCN reception last night when they asked me to make the closing remarks. And my basic message was, guys, this is not a party. This is the moment that we have to try and stop the destruction of our grandchildren. That's basically what this is all about. We have to keep that. at the forefront of our minds over the next fortnight, because you're going to be subjected to so much greenwashing. You know, just all over the place, the greenwashing. You're going to be subjected to this party mood. But remember what we're here for, which is to try and save our children and grandchildren's lives from the unlivable world, which the Secretary General of the United Nations has announced very clearly we're heading towards. So don't forget the purpose of our being here, right? And it's a very apt place to be, you know, right here in the heart of the oil and gas industry. It's just the right place for us to be remembering that and taking the fight. And the reason that I am so angry in particular today is that the first thing I read when I woke up this morning, Jane, was a report from the Climate and Energy newsletter. I always read that. It's a good summary of what's happening at the COP. And they said that there was a report came out last week from the IEA, right, the International Electricity Agency. And that report said that the oil and gas industry is actually only contributing 1% towards the transition away from fossil fuel usage. Only 1%. You've seen all the billboards all around the world, you know, you would think they're leading the transition. You listen to their CEOs and they say, we need to make this extra money, expand our production because we need the extra money because we're going to fund the transition. It's baloney, right? It's baloney, and you hope that the taste of the champagne that they're drinking on the backs of their super yachts will turn bitter in their mouths when they begin to realize what they've done to their own children. So, you know, be angry about that, because the same newsletter says that they made $5 trillion worth of profits over the last year, the oil and gas industry. Not 5 billion, $5 trillion worth of profits. So when we talk here about the mangrove and coral breakthroughs and, you know, the big sums, you know, you come from Palau or Fiji, that's big money you're talking there. It's peanuts compared with 5 trillion. So I've just done a tweet as I was sitting here listening to that excellent panel discussion. And my tweet was, you know, that $5 trillion, that obscene, I didn't use the word obscene, but I should have, level of profits, which is being made on, you know, the backs of you-know-what, that a big chunk of that change goes towards mangrove and coral breakthroughs, because the funds are there now. We've got our targets, they've got their funds, they can spend a little less on their super yachts, a little bit more on mangrove and coral, and I'm sure they won't even notice they've done it if they fill up those targets we've set ourselves for coral and mangroves. So as you go around this COP, please don't forget the anger. Don't forget what they're doing to our children. Don't forget that. That's basically what it's about. So look, I've got that off my chest. I'm going to keep looking at Lorelei for when she wants me to shut up, because I could go on forever, as I say. Look, firstly, I just want to acknowledge and thank, my name's up there. It should be that list of people that have put this together, because every one of those agencies does such fantastic work, and you know, a lot of it goes unsung, and it's sustained work. It's been going on for years now. So first of all, thank you to them, and don't give up. Keep up what you're doing. You're doing the right thing, unlike those that I've just discovered. I've just described. So thank you also, Lorelei, as usual, for putting this together. I want to tell you a little bit about what's coming up for the UN Ocean Conference, because I've been asked to do that. Before that, by the way, the co-host, you know how UN Ocean conferences are always co-hosted by a developing and a developed country. So this time it's France and Costa Rica. And the developed country pays the cost of the conference and hosts it in their country. So we're having it in Nice in France, June 2025. But the developing country also has the privilege of having a big international conference the year before. So in June 2024 in Costa Rica, there will be a high-level ocean action event being held in June. And that I'm sure is going to turn out to be a really important meeting. A lot of us actually in this room are working towards making that a very important step up towards Nice. And That guy just held up 0. Does that mean, is that a mark? Is that 0 for the quality of my speech or 0 minutes? Okay. All right then. So, UN Ocean Conference. I think in 2 words, what I would really emphasize for you all to be thinking about what's going to be coming up there is science and finance. And in fact, the French and the Costa Ricans are putting on 2 special events just before the UN Ocean Conference, one in Monaco, one in Nice, which are on science and finance. There's also one that's just come on board, which the mayor of Nice is putting together on rising sea levels and coastal communities. That's also a really important subject, obviously, for our part of the world. So that's all coming up. I can just tell you from the organizers, since the French are not here anymore, I can tell you from the organizers it's shaping up very well. Our first UN scoping mission went there last week, in fact. So I just had a report that went all very well. And look, what are these UN Ocean Conferences? You know, they're the moments, hopefully, of honesty. And I think the record now shows they do step up or snowball the ocean action movement, which has been sweeping around the world now since 2015. And I can tell you, as one of the architects of SDG 14, that we just weren't on the page. We were just not there. I mean, your organizations existed, but it was, you were beating your heads against a brick wall. But from the moment of SDG 14 coming into existence and the realization there was no way of keeping it honest, we brought in the UN Ocean Conference. We had the first one in New York, second one in Lisbon, third one coming up. And these are proved to be vectors of international consensus on what matters in ocean action. So they've been a great success. And I know that Nice is going to carry on that success, really build to new levels. But remember finance and science. Those are going to be the main themes when we get there. So to conclude, because Lorelei has now stood up, I wrote something for Time magazine last week, which I think they've published. And basically what I concluded with there was that we've got to make this massive pivot towards investment in science. So that's where the finance comes in, ocean science. The massive pivot is towards investment, not just in ocean science, but in the sustainable blue economy. And I'm sure most of you understand what that is now, but no time to go into that. But most importantly, it's got to be in a nature-friendly circular economy. Now, that's where we're heading in the world, to make sure that we're living in circular economies. And so, things like this plastic treaty, just make sure it's got the teeth we need. And we're going to make that pivot as if our grandchildren's lives depend on it, because in many cases, they will depend on the success of those efforts. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Peter, always for your not only inspiring words, but reminding us why we're here. So, I mean, let's get down to it. This is the second day of COP. In the spirit of, bringing nature to the forefront of these climate discussions, let me remind you that on the 9th of December, it is Nature, Ocean, Land Use Day. And for the first time ever, the ocean and land use community are teaming up, and we'll have one joint action event that will be Nature First. So I hope to see many of you on the 9th. Otherwise, be safe and, don't get lost. And, we count on you to bring the ocean high in these discussions at COP28. Thank you very much.
challenge.